Okay, we're going to create a Discord bot using Elixir. Let's bring up the Elixir documentation also. Where is that? Here. Here we go. Okay, so we have the Elixir documentation up. We are going to be using Nostrum, which is a Discord what do you call it in package, I guess. I'm losing terms. Elixir, I forget what you call them. But anyway, oh yeah, let's go. We'll look at like I haven't hex packages. Okay, so Nostrum is a hex package that lets you it's a library that lets you connect with Discord using Elixir, and then so that's what we're going to use. 1 second, Cesar. And here is our Discord reference page for their kind of overall APIs. I don't know that we'll need to use this. And there's also a developer applications page, discord.com developers, and then you click on applications. I think it's like you can find it like this. Go developers, well, whatever, and then you're on your applications page. What are your thoughts on Lix? I haven't used Lix. I am still like kind of going through learning all of Nix, and then I know Isabel mentioned Lix a few times, making it sound like it's better. So I'll have to check it out and see what that is about. But I'm not there yet. We just went through and learned about how to cross compile on Nix, and then I posted about it, and someone's like, "Hey, that's really cool," except like no one does that anymore. So it's like, okay, I don't know why I'm learning all this stuff. It seems pretty cool, but um, everyone else is talking about flakes, and it's not even discussed in the documentation. So we'll see. We'll get there eventually. Okay, so I was going to copy. Let me quit out of this. I was going to copy the requirements for this Discord bot somewhere. What did we call this? Pomodoro? Did we already name this thing? Pomodoro? We didn't do it yet, right? No. That is how we got stuck in this hole because I wanted to look at mix and create the directory for it. Where is it? Here. And then we look at pages, and then we see mix OTP, and then we want to create a supervised system. So I think we want to pass minus sup, but I wonder where they tell you that. I kind of want to show you guys where you would find some of this stuff, but I'm having a hard time. This doesn't look like it's like really telling us about mix. Let's see, minus. No, they don't tell you. So there must be like a real mix page somewhere, right? That's where we ran into our problem because we clicked on this link, it failed. It needs to be this other link, 1.18.0. And now here we are. And I think I want to find out this minus sup page. Oh, is it? That didn't really help me. Hold on. I have my like quick notes on this. Elixir basics. And where's my mix notes? It is called mix new project name minus sup. So why is mix minus sup not showing up? Mix new. Here we go. Look at this. Mix new. This is the old version of. Maybe this is not the old version. Yeah, it's the old version. So let's just take a look so we can find it. The minus sup option can be given to generate an OTP application skeleton, including a supervision tree. Normally an app is generated without, but we want it because we're going to be using OTP, and we'll talk about that as we code there. So where are we? We're under Mix New. I see. So when you look under pages, it's not really helpful, but I'm going to go all the way to the latest mix, API reference, mix tasks, and then we see Mix New. And then under Mix New, we have a couple of options. So I guess that's how you find out about it. So we do Mix New. This is basically like creating a new package or a new project under Mix. And we give it the name Pomodoro. We're creating a Pomodoro timer as the Discord bot. And we do --sup. And now it creates like all these files for us. So we can go into Pomodoro. And I don't think this is a Git file yet. I think like other package managers will like create a Git thing, but not ours, right? So not Mix. And now we can basically start up an editor. We can see that it has this is the project file that Mix created that tells us like what version of stuff we are. We're version 0.1.0. This is the version of Elixir it needs. So someone can, if we commit this and someone downloads it, this Mix, when you try to compile, will actually make sure that you have version 1.6 or higher. And when I go in here under the project Pomodoro, now I can run Mix. I think it's compile, right? Yeah. And it generated the application. There's nothing there, so you know, there's that. But Mix test will also run the unit tests, and it had no problems. I think it comes by default with one unit test, which is Pomodoro test. You can see that it says assert Pomodoro hello equals world, and here is the hello function. So that's what it does. But what we want to do is create a Discord bot. So we don't need this Mix stuff anymore right now. Now we're looking at Nostrum, and you can see where it says it's an Elixir library, and here's how you set it up. So we're going to go into our mix.exs, and under dependencies, which is packages that we're going to be using, we add in Nostrum, and here is a flag that basically says it needs to be at least version 0.10. There we go. And we put a comma so it's easier for someone else to add something afterwards for us. So there's that, right? So you can see that this is the latest version 0.10.0. So we put it over here. And now when we want to pull that package, we do mix.deps.get. And that'll get, that got all of these things, including Nostrum. It brought these in because Nostrum uses it. And now it's done. And now if I do mix compile, it's going to have to compile all of those dependency packages, which takes a little bit longer. Still, the app doesn't do anything, right? Next, you need to configure Nostrum. So here we go. We need to put in a token. The token of your bot as a string. Well, luckily, they don't really tell you how to do this. In fact, I think the Nostrum GitHub has a better README on how to get started. Installation, you see deps Nostrum, we did that. And this is if we want the latest main branch of Nostrum. There's the documentation. Now it says create a token. Yeah, the same thing. So let us go get a token. So we go to Discord developers applications. I never find this thing, so I think I always type like Discord developer, I guess, and then this will, I think I usually find this one, but I bet I can click here too. And then when you click on this, like, what is this called? Burger thing, bread bin, I don't know. You click on applications. And now you're on the applications, and I have 0 applications on this. You don't have any applications yet, sad face. Click new application above to get started. Okay, let's click on new application, and let's call it something. Pomodoro. Pomodoro. Right, maybe that's a cute name. Botomoro. Botopomo. Pomobobo. I am human. All right, so what do we do here? Description. Helps you run your Pomodoro sessions. So we have some keys here. We don't care about those right now. We don't care about these. We don't care. We don't care. Then we do save changes. All right, that's perfect. We now have an application. Where do we get the other stuff? That's so funny because they changed the interface and now I'm lost. What the hell? Application, Pomodoro bot. Used to be able to click on like other things and like install it. What the hell? Okay, so today really is a bad day, isn't it? Maybe I just have to look back. Oh, here is all the stuff. Duh. It's just because usually I have this like web browser bigger, so I see all of this on the left. Okay, so next we're gonna click on bot. And bring your app to life with a bot user. Build a bot. Adding a bot user. This action is irreversible because robots are too cool to destroy. Here's some stuff. Here's a token. This, by the way, this is what we need to give. That's the token that we need to give. Let's read. Public bot. Yeah, we'll make it so that anyone can do this. Privilege gateway intents. We need this because Discord is changing or has been changing what bots can actually do. So if you're a small bot, you're able to bypass some of these restrictions. So you see here where it says like, hey, if your bot ever is on more than 100 servers, then you don't get this automatically. You have to be verified or whatever. So for me, I'm just going to turn all of these on because it just makes it easier. And the permissions integer doesn't matter right now. So we're going to reset the token. Yes, do it. Enter your password. Ruh-roh. Let me find my password. In fact, maybe it's going to dox me. I hate that. Where are you, password? Sorry. just trying to find my password here. Log in to my password manager. Oh God, I hope I'm not sharing this, right? No, you guys don't see this. Where is my password? Here it is. Okay. Okay, I think I have the password. Let me turn off this browser for just 1 second in case I would have ended up doxing myself. There we go. Let me just put in my password here. Yeah, it's totally doxing me. What bastards. Alright. So I typed in my password, and now you can see that I have like a bot token here. That's okay. You guys can copy that down for a little bit, but like I'm going to change that later anyway. And now where did it say? It said to copy that into config nostrum. config.config.exs, which we don't have, right? So let's make a config directory. And then in here, we're going to do config nostrum token. And here's our token. Let me make sure that yeah, that's the right token. All right, so that's what we've done so far. And they're telling you here what we just did, which is the mess gateway intents have to be configured. All right, so we save this as config/config.exs, right? Yes. And now we need like a really basic, like this is a basic event handler. Let's see what it says in here. Configuration options, how many shards, gateway intents. Yeah, we need to turn on gateway intents. I forgot to add that to the settings. Where do we set this? Configuration. Apart from token, here are some other things. Okay, so we should set gateway intents here. Telling it that we need, I think there's like a word for all. There it is, all. In Elixir, the colon and the name is a is an atom, so it's like a symbol in Lisp. Okay, so that handles the gateway intents. Request guild members, don't care about that, don't care about that. We don't care about voice. Log full events, I don't know if we need that. Maybe we'll do it if we get lost. Logging. Okay, I think that looks good here. Let's now actually write the code. So we save this. Why is this not happy? Syntax error found. Gateway intents all. Because what do we need, a comma? See, I don't even remember. I don't even remember the format here. I think we need a comma. Oh my god. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I have a bot already. And yeah, they all need commas. And token looks, gateway intents all. Whoops. So I don't see, oh, we need to import config. So when they said make a config, you need to do this. They don't actually say much about what the config file is. Config file Elixir, config, and it says import config and this stuff. So just that's sort of a gotcha here. They should have said import config just to make it easier. All right. So now we don't have any warnings anymore. Let's see our code. They make something called example consumer. Where should we call that? I guess we can call ours consumer also. Def module, Pomo. Maybe we'll call our module Pomo and we'll call it consumer. And we will make a directory called Pomodoro. Oh, I guess it's already called Pomodoro. So in application, yeah, Pomodoro.application. So we'll call ourselves Pomodoro consumer. Pomodoro application, Pomodoro consumer. And so we'll call it write lib Pomodoro consumer.ex. There we go. Okay, so now we have an Elixir file called consumer. It's under Pomodoro consumer. That's our module. And it's like this. So use nostrum.consumer. And that's from our Nostrum library. Consumer is like an OTP consumer agent or something like that. So it knows how to perform tasks. It doesn't really matter too much for our purposes. Nostrum.api. I guess this is just so that we can call it API. Let's get rid of that. And there's a callback called handle event, right? And it's going to call our handle event, and pass in the message event type, which is message create. Here's the actual message it's going to be passing. And then W state we almost never care about. Yeah. The curly squiggly braces you see here is a tuple. So we basically have a 3 tuple. The first thing is going to be the event type. The second thing's a message. And the last thing is WS state. And then now we have a function. And then what we'll do is we'll just log something whenever we see a message. Logger dot debug got message. I'm trying to remember. I think it's a $sign in Elixir. No, it's a hash. I think it's a hash message. Inspect message turns it to a string basically. I think that's all we need to do. And then the application is the supervisor stuff we talked about. That's the OTP stuff. So let's bring up our application. And in here, these are the children it needs to start. And our consumer is one of those children. So it is Pomodoro.consumer. Options, strategy 1 for 1. So it means if it goes down, it will actually bring it back up. We are a supervisor. This kind of monitors all of these consumers and makes sure it's okay. So that if they fail, it does a warning message. It knows how to retry. It knows how to try to bring the process back up. So let's see if we can actually compile this now. All right, didn't like something. It couldn't find undefined config 2. There is no such import. All right, someone didn't like something here. 1 second. Oh, we never saved this? All right, we just never saved it. That's why. It's good to save your files. And now it's saying it doesn't know about logger, which means that in the consumer, we need to say require logger. This is just something that tells it that it will bring in logger. And now it's happy. So if I run this thing, theoretically, it should work. It really won't do anything because the bot's not on any servers. But let's try running it. How do I run it? I think that's how we run it. That was just like muscle memory because when I tried to recall how to run it. This tells it EIX is the kind of like the interpreter, but it's saying to run the mix project. So here we go. It's running. It looks like it connected and everything, but there's no servers it's on. So it's just sitting there doing nothing. Disallowed intent. Ooh, I don't know what that means. Anyway, let us actually add our bot to a server. And I'm trying to remember how to do this. So we go into, we don't need this anymore. We go into our application here. We can just do administrator, and the permission is going to be 8. You can kind of remember that later. We go into OAuth 2, and now we do OAuth URL generator here. We say it's a bot, and then it says what bot permissions you want. You see? So far you see it has permission 0. It doesn't need any permissions. And I'm just going to say make it easy. You need administrator access. And now here is the URL that it needs to install. So let us put that in the README file. All right, there we go. There's the URL. So we just have to copy that and like just put it in your web browser. And Discord's gonna say, oh no, this is annoying. Is it gonna launch my Discord? No. Okay. So you see here, it wants to add a Discord bot, and now it's gonna look at servers that I can actually put it in. And I have no servers, right? So I gotta go back. Let's just close this. I gotta go back and I'm gonna create a server. So here, add a server, create my own. Let's say it's for a club, and we'll call it Pomodoro Club. All right, so now I'm the admin of the server. Yeah, so now I should be able to take that URL again, type it in, and now it's going to let me select a server. So you can see if I had multiple servers, it would let me drag and it select the one I want. We continue. This is using the permissions list that we pre-filled, and we said we wanted administrator access. But, you know, the person who actually installs it doesn't actually have to grant it, you know? So don't assume that whatever permission you put there is what you actually have. So now I authorize it. I'm human. It's been added, so now you can see that Pomobato has been added here, right? And it says, glad you're here, Pomobato. Do you guys see that, or is it too low? No, you guys should be able to see it. Oh, not the glad you can, yeah, right here. Glad you can make it. Now what do we want to do? But you can see that the bot is offline because it's not running. So let us run our bot again here. You see I'm just running it. And now the bot is running. It's alive, right? And you can see that this time it said ready, which means it got the ready event. Yeah, which is your bot gets that whenever it connects to a server for the first time. So now let me type something in here. YouTube chat, you're kind of blocking the way. How do I get rid of you? Now my face is blocking the way. Alright, so I'm going to type in here and type message, test message. And you can see here that this is what the bot got. And you can see this was my debug message. Got message, and this is a struct in Elixir, which is a lot like a map or a data structure. And it has all of these like key value pairs. The author is important because you can see that it's me. Here's my user ID, here's my username, here's my global name, and then here's the content test message, right? So like we could change this under consumer now and kind of grab what we want out of this. Elixir has message pattern matching, so I can do nostrum dot struct dot message, which is what you see here, right? I'm just grabbing stuff, and now this just means message has to be this type, otherwise this function won't get called. But I'm going to add more stuff in here. I'm going to go content. Content is just a text string, right? So I'm going to just put content the variable. So it's going to try to match the key content and put its value in this thing. I'll just make it a little easier to understand by calling it message underscore content. And then we'll say got message. And we will put in message underscore content, which is going to be a string, right? So let's try running this again. Oh, did it not like something? Variable message is not used. That's correct. We didn't use it. We can put an underscore here so that it doesn't complain. Hey, Code Philosopher. Dude, you're so lucky you missed the beginning because it was sort of hell. I was trying to fix some Elixir documentation and it was just a real mess. We're just creating a Discord bot now. We're very early on. We just created the skeleton. Here, I'll put on chat again, I guess. It's a little hard to see, though, what I'm typing, so let me leave it off for a sec. And now it should just type got message and print the message content instead of that whole data structure. So I'm going to say hello world, and it said got message hello world, and that's the pattern matching that we have here. In fact, you can kind of go further and say like when let's say is integer what is it called, message content, message content. So now this function signature is only going to be called if message content is an integer, and we know it's not, right? So you can see here when I run this again, testing again, it says it doesn't say anything, right? Because it doesn't match this function. What I need to do is say is binary, which is Elixir's way of calling strings. And now when I type something, I can type 666 whatever, and it's going to say got message. So these things are a good way to do type checking. Elixir has been adding like gradual type checking to be more static type checking, but in the meantime, these guards are very useful. All right, so we're able to print out the message content, and remember we also had the author. Let's look up a message on Nostrum here. So we type message. It's a struct message. I don't know where you are. Struct message reference. Where's just a message? Let's go back up. Struct message. Here, I want this. And you can see that there's an author flag, so I want to grab the author, and the author is type user, and user has a bunch of things, so that means I can see that it's this type, right? So I can grab this out here and do author, and author is going to match not this. Author is going to match a user, nostrum.struct dot user. And in the user, I just want to grab out their global name. And this global name you see here is just a string. So, global name, and I'm going to call it username, just because it seems easier to me. Should it have an underscore? I'm just going to do it one word. Username. And I'll say from user, username. And to go further with our type safety here, we do and is binary username. So there we go. We are now going to print out the username. It's running. So where is our Discord server? Not this guy. It's over here. All right. Good day. And you say, got message, good day from user Serene. You see, so that worked out as we expected. The global name is my user's name on the server. However, you can see on Discord that there is the real handle, right? So I can change this and change it for my server, and that's what the global name is going to be. But there is also your unique username. And to get that, you have to go, we don't need this anymore. We need to go into username. So, this is bad naming now, right? Username is a string, so we'll do username, and we'll fix the username for global name. We'll just call it, we'll stick to the naming convention global name. So global name is going to be stored in our variable global name, and username is going to be stored in username. And here we will say from user, global name is equal to, and then we put in global name, and username is equal to username, global underscore name. So yeah, this is string interpolation, so it's putting in these variables into the string. That's what's going on there. So now we should be able to type a new message. Global name check. Let's go. All right, so you can see global name is Serene and username is Serene with the thing. So what everyone sees is this when I'm talking on the server, which is my global name, and my specific Discord name is Serene, the second one, username. I think it's better to use global name because it's what people see when you type messages, right? I still haven't finished my tea. How you guys doing? How's everyone doing today? There's one viewer in Twitch. Hello. Whoa, Code Philosopher, are you on Twitch or are you on YouTube? Because I see that you exist on both. Create highlight video, add stream member. How does this even work? I don't know how this works. Okay. So now I want to add I'm on both. Wait. Demo, find demo you are showing. Okay, so let's go back to what we're actually trying to do. We're trying to create a Pomodoro timer bot on Discord, right? So where was my requirements? That was on my other Discord, my real Discord account. Stop it. And in here, I wrote down the requirements. Let me copy it. So just bear with me for a sec. Here it is. I'm going to copy it into the README file. I'm switching workspaces, so it takes just a little while. All right, so Elixir, add bot to your server. And we'll have another one, requirements. Each person can have at most one timer globally across all channels. All right, let me finish copying. 1 second. All right, this might have extra information when I'm trying to copy it. Let's see. No, that worked okay. This is not very clear, right? And then someone summarized it. Where did they do that? Here it is. Yeah, this is good to copy. This is probably a better summary because I didn't write it. So just to update for the Pomo timer, Elise has said this can be done through her servers, but she'll work on it. Okay, so here we don't need this. Users will use Pomo start, work, 10 minutes, break, change time period to start their timer. When the timer goes off, the creator of the timer will be tagged in a message with 2 buttons, one for break, one for work. This will start the timer based on what they set for work and break in the initial message. There can be only one Pomo timer per user, and users can start a new timer only after their original timer has gone off. Yeah, and then here's my terrible notes. I wrote this, someone else took my notes and wrote something that made a lot more sense. Okay, so does that make sense? We're going to add a slash command called Pomo start, and it takes in parameters called work and break. And so once you start the command, it's going to start a timer. It's going to remember who that user is. And at the end of that timer, it's going to say, hey, your timer is up. Do you want to do... Oh, do you guys know what even Pomodoro timers are? Yeah, this is not an explanation. So it's a time management thing where usually you do like an interval where it's like about 20 minutes. I have severe ADHD at times, and I sometimes do 5 or even 3 if I'm like feeling really, really bad. But 20, 25 is good. And then you give yourself a break. So you stop if you're studying or whatever. You work on it, and then you take like a break, 5 to 10 minutes, and then you start again. So it feels like, okay, it never feels like, oh my God, I have 4 hours to do. It's more like, okay, I'm going to work for 20 minutes. Then I get to break, you know, whatever, scroll, whatever. And then once my break timer is done, I go back to work. And some people like to do this in groups because then you feel like you're supporting each other, right? So you start one timer, everyone's like, okay, let's all start working. And then when the timer goes off, you all take a break together, and then you just rinse and repeat. So that's kind of how that thing works. It's a good technique if like you just really can't get started on something. And often I will just like, oh, what is it? Code philosopher, do we need to specify which channel we are transmitting message on the code its default? Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, we're not transmitting anything so far in my thing because the message that we got, we're just logging it to our log file. But the answer to that is that when you look at the message data structure, where's message? Here's message. There's something called channel ID, and the channel ID tells you where the message is coming from. And then when you write the message back, you basically give it, usually you want to write it back to the same channel. So that's how you do that. Sorry, I don't know how long that was on, so I apologize if that was a while ago. We're talking Pomodoro timers, right? Yeah, so let us start writing a slash command, and that's where on Discord it's called application commands. I always forget this stuff, so I can copy my previous code, but kind of want to like figure out how to do this if I didn't know how to do this, right? So looks like we want slash commands, a text-based command that shows when a user types blah, right? So we want chat input. Application command types. So you can see that up here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, here, command types. So one is a slash command. Otherwise, a user-based, when you right-click on a user in Discord or on a message, whatever. But we want a slash command, right? So here's the command structure. An ID type. So this is when we get one. So this is not on how to create one. And we need to look on how to create one. Registering a command. Here we go. There are things called global commands, and then you have like server commands. It's nothing to worry too much about right now. Here we go. We got to send something like this. Type 1 means it's a slash command, remember from before? And then here are the choices. Here is the option. We'll figure that out. But let's first make a command. See, there was global commands and guild commands. So now when I look in Discord, the Nostrum stuff, here they have something called application commands. Here's an example command. To register, call create guild application command. That's what we'll need. So I'm thinking we want to do that when we start up our server. So we need to handle the ready event, which we get when the server first joins something. All right, so we have this. And let us just copy this page so we can look for it again. And this is API, application commands. No, we don't care about any of those. Yeah, I want to find the ready. Where was ready? Ready. Type ready is equal to this. Sorry, I'm just looking at event ready. I could type this, you know, but I was sort of thinking, well, anyway, I wanted to not use too many hard-coded values. So we have ready, and then we have a ready event. So we can just do, I think I can do nostrum struct event dot ready, and here's my ready event. But I don't actually think I care anything about the ready event. I just want to know that I got it. So here it says application, guilds, session ID, V. What's V? Version? Version gateway. We don't care about that. So yeah, we really, I swear there was something in the code here that, here, let me see. All right, we're in the event. No, there's nothing here that is ready. Maybe under, yeah, this is only going to check us. Oh well, I was pretty sure it existed, but I can't find it. Doesn't matter. So we can just do ready event here. I'm going to make it underscore because we're not going to use it. And we also have the W state that we're not going to use. And then we'll say logger.debug got ready event, right? So it'll print this out once. When it registers, it will print it out before it receives any messages. And then it should see, oh, why it didn't print? Handle event ready. What am I doing wrong? Where is ready? Ready, ready, voice ready, event ready. Sent after initial handshake. So we should get this. I was pretty sure the event was called ready. Here it is. Getting started. And then where's the ready? Handle event, action created. Wait, I'm not seeing the ready. You can register the command in the ready gateway handler, event handler. That's this. That's what I'm doing. What am I doing wrong here? There should be handle event has 3 parameters. I'm doing something wrong that's really stupid, I'm sure. Event. Oh, guys, you didn't tell me. This whole thing is in a is a tuple, remember? Wait, I can't see. I can't see. Oh my god, how do I get rid of this? Okay, here we go. Got ready event. Okay, so now we're good. We got the ready event, and in here we're going to now register server. What is it called? Register server. Register. Create guild application. Register guild commands. right? I think that's a good way to do it. And in here now, we're gonna just like not create a whole bunch of files because it's just easier if we, it's just easier to keep typing. Register guild commands. And I think this should take in a guild ID. And that is what a server is here. So guild. So in the ready event, sorry, I should look in ready event. There's the list of guilds. Oh, unavailable guild. Guild ID. It's just an integer. I think it's not an integer. I think it's a snowflake, so I'm a little confused here. Guild, channel, guild ID. This is what we want. Where's the guild ID? Guild ID, struct guild ID, and it's a snowflake. So we want to pass in here. I'm dying. A guild ID. And a guild ID is a snowflake. So here is like the way you kind of like help Elixir know types. So we're basically saying register guild commands, so it can do type checking, is going to take in a nostrum.struct.guild.id in, and it's going to return, we don't really care what it returns. We'll maybe add to that. And then in here we want to say when is integer guild ID, because it is an integer after all. But a snowflake is a very specific, here, if we click here, ID, snowflake, it's like this set of numbers, which is what? It's a 64-bit unsigned number. So that's why we do that. All right, so now we want to register a guild ID. Register commands for a guild ID. So let's find that again. Where was it? We want to use this. Where are you? Create guild, auto moderation, create guild ban. Why isn't it like clicking on taking me to where I need to go? Create guild application command. Create guild application command. Here we go. All right, so it takes in a user ID and a guild ID. Interesting. Why? What? Application. Oh, they have user ID, but it's really an application ID because by default it turns into the bot's user ID, guild ID, and command. All right, so we just want the guild ID, which is a guild.id. That's what we have. Parameters application ID, guild ID, command. So we need to pass in the command. So we'll do create nostrum dot, what is it, API? Create guild application command. And we need to pass it the user ID, which we're going to ignore, the guild ID, which we have, and the command, which we have to create. So let's create a command now. Command configure. See linked API for description. So they just tell you, like, go check out this thing. Yeah. But we had an example of that in here where we have a command is equal to, and we give it a name, which is going to be like start. I think it was going to be start Pomo, right? That's what the README said. Yeah, it was called Pomo start. Good thing we checked. We have a description here. Start a Pomodoro timer. And let's stop here and see if we can make this work. Create guild application command should return OK map error. So we can copy that over here for its return type. Those are the two possibilities. You can either return OK and a map or fail. Let's assume here that it returns OK and return map. Because this way, if it doesn't match this, we'll get an error. And then we'll just return OK all the time. That just makes it easier for us. Okay. We don't need the return map. All right. So now this should create. No. We didn't put the guild ID here, right? We need to have a guild ID that we actually put into register commands. So let's hard code this for now to make it easier. And so we have to get our guild ID. And I think in here, I always forget where this is. Server profile. No, here. I think it's here. Get ID. No? Server settings. Why do I forget the most basic things? I swear it was like here, no? I mean, I could look at overview. Does everyone get overviews on servers? Let's see. I'm late to the party. What'd I miss? Oops. We're creating a Discord server using Elixir and Nostrum, and so far I got to the point where I can look at messages that people type, and we got a ready event handler so that we can actually, when the bot hooks up once, we can register the / command we want, which is Pomo start. We're going to create a Pomodoro timer. That's in our README right now. People are going to use Pomo start, and it starts a Pomodoro timer with the configuration they want. So now what I'm trying to do is register the guild commands for this server. There's something called global commands, but it takes a while to propagate those through Discord. So creating commands specific for a server is immediate. So we're going to do that. But I forget how to get the Discord ID for a server. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm not sure. Here, let's take a look at the Elixir server. And when we go, where can we do? That doesn't tell us much, right? Invite new server, server settings, privacy. We're going to search on Google. Help. Browse channels. God damn it. Oh, we need to be in developer mode, right? All right. That's right. Look, it wants to reveal everything about me. Advanced developer mode on. All right, so now we have developer mode on. We go back to our server, and there's copy server ID. Perfect. I knew it was there, you see? It's here too. So we're going to make an Elixir. You can have a constant. It's basically called an attribute. And we'll have like a server ID. And it will be this server ID, which is my server. Oh, look. It wants to put all those underscores in there. It doesn't really help to read, does it? And then we do server ID. Now, like in a real bot, longer term, this should probably be a list or something, and we can iterate on that list. Maybe we'll do that in a minute. So now we have register server commands, and in there we're going to do a pomo start in our server. So let's try that and see if we can compile our server. Mix build, mix compile. Hey, it worked. There's a good sign. Now we're going to run it. So you can see the bot is online here. And now when I type, oh, your thing is on my face. I think I'm going to hide chat for a second because it's hard to see. So the moment of truth, let's try typing a slash command. Pomobot, and it says here something, but we can't see. Pomobot start. Pomo start. You see start a Pomodoro something. It's just in my Windows too small to. There we go. Pomo start. You see that? That is from our register guild command. Pomo start a Pomodoro timer. So where are we now? Let's get the parameters through because I don't want to touch it once we get started on this. I can make this. All right, so we're looking at how to pass in the options for the Pomodoro start timer. Options, I think this is what this is. Options, let's check on Discord. Get global, receiving, interactions, message components. Create global. create guild application command. This is where we are. So there's the name, there's the description. This is hard to see. Where'd it go? Here. Create guild application command. Yeah. And well, maybe easier if I'm down here. So we got the name, we got the description. Now options, parameters for the command. You can have up to 25. So we're going to create these options. That'll be over here. And Nostrum's nice because it basically follows exactly the same syntax as the Discord APIs. So when it says array, we just create a list, right? It's pretty much word for word. Now we have to give it these application command option structures. So in here, we probably need to give it a type of option. So here we're going to create a new thing, which is going to have a type, which is going to be a type of option, a name, and a description, a required field, let's see if that's good enough, and let's compare with this how they did it. Yeah, options, you see it's a list here, and then they're giving it this is a new map under it because this represents one of these command types. So let's find out the right type to give it. Remember, we want start, and we want it to be called work, to know how long that is, and then they put in a number, which will be the minutes, right? So what is the best type for it? Let's see. Subcommand group, string, integer. Let's make it an integer. So it's a value 4. Oh, look, I wonder if there is something like this that we can grab. Nostrum dot no application command. Whoops. Oh no. Dot. No, we don't have anything more. I was hoping I wouldn't have to like application command, type doc, user, constant application command type. Look at this, command choice, constant application command type. Let's see if that works. Constants dot application command type dot integer. There we go, look at that. Okay, now we don't have like magic numbers. And the name is going to be work, length of work timer, and required is true. All of these need commas. All right, so Let's see if at least we can see it when we type in our command, that we get an option now. That should be an integer. All right, the bot's up and running. Now I type slash. There's Pomo start, and you can see it says work now. Do you guys see that? Yeah, you do. Length of work timer. Now, if I type in foo, what does it say? It doesn't. It's input a valid integer. So now, you see, now it's happy. So it sends the command, but we don't handle it yet. So that's a problem. Why am I so low? Is that better? I'm always in the wrong position though. All right, so we're getting closer. We're getting past in the work duration. Now we want to get past in the break duration. Length of break timer. So that was basically saying we can pass in work and break. Those are the two things we need. And I should probably say that these things are in minutes. So I can maybe say minutes for work timer. Does that sound weird or not? Minutes for break timer. Would you guys get that if that was you? All right, so now this thing should take in 2 parameters, and they're both required. So let's see if that works. Here we go. Now we type in slash. We have Pomodoro start, and it has 2 options you see here. Work. Like if I type in foo and go here, it's red, it's not happy. So I go back and it says enter minutes, 10, break foo, and it's still not happy. It wants 10, and now it's fine, right? All right, so we are getting we're sending the command. This is really good. Now we need a way to listen for that command, which is called the interaction create thing. Let's find it. It's an event. Where are you, events? Here's events. It is called... Wait a minute, where did you go? Seriously? All right, let's go back to the documentation where they told us about... It was telling us about interactions, was it? I think it was in here. Application commands. Yeah, here it goes. And then receiving interactions. It's called interaction. But you see, here's the event. It's called interaction create. But I didn't see that there, right? Here, look. I look at modules. Play PUBG Mobile. Listen, you're spamming. Stop it. Yeah, I didn't see it under events, right? Let's see. Maybe I just wasn't looking. Here are the structs. Here are the events. And there should be something called interaction create. Which is kind of weird because we're not seeing it. What was the other special number that I added? Didn't I have like a special like magic number that I added? Oh no, it was ready, right? It was the event ready that I couldn't find if there was something else. Yeah, I thought maybe it would be in here under constants, command type, channel type. Nope. Anyway, I don't know why it's not showing up, but we will set up a handler for interaction create. That means a message was received. So we do def handle event, and we get passed in interaction create, and we get the interaction message. So here's the interaction and WS state, which we never use. Does that look right? No, that's not how it looks. It is this, and then the event, I think that's how it's supposed to look. All right, I think that's right. Oh, here we go. This is a nostrum dot struct. No. This is, wait, why am I getting confused? Here is this. This is the first thing, and then we get the nostrum dot struct dot interaction. Right? This is the data type of it. And we can call this interaction. And then we have WS state. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. All right. My brain just stopped working. So now it's saying we're not using interaction, but we will. Thank you, Mau. Handle event. Thank you so much. All right, so now we have this handler. So let's just print something out that we are here. So we're just going to print out the interaction. Oh yeah, look, I'm making typos everywhere. So now it's just going to print out the interaction when we get it. So let us run it. And now we go in here, we type in the interaction, start, Pomo start. 10 minutes. If I try to press return, it says option is required. 10 minutes break, return. Now you can see that we still don't handle it because it says application didn't respond, but we're getting it now. So it says got interaction, and then it's all this stuff here. And parsing it is a little bit of a bitch, but we don't need all of this. So let us kind of like pull out the stuff that we need. Will look something like this, right? So there's something called pretty. How does this work? I think it's pretty equals true. Let me see if this works. Yeah, so this prints it in a nicer, whoa! This prints it in a nicer way. And you can see that relative to what this is saying, you should get a channel ID in here, right? So ID is very important, but we should get a channel ID. Here's the channel ID. This is where it's coming from. And this channel ID, 55, you see in 355 at the end, matches this channel ID in my Pomodoro Club thing. So if I do copy channel ID and I print it out here, you can see here it's 355. It's the same channel ID. And a lot of this other stuff doesn't matter because it tells you about the user and everything like that. But then we look at data, which is important. This is the data for the application command. So we have data, we have an ID, options. So you can see work and break. Type 4 meant integer, value means 10. That's what I typed, right? So now we just have to parse this out. We care about this being the Pomodoro start command, right? So we don't want to like handle a command that's not ours. So we should look at the name here. Let's add that here first, okay? So we're going to pull name out from the very top, which means we have data, and that is a let's not put the struct in here. And then in data, we have a name. And we'll call that command name. Got interaction. But let's print out just the name right now. Make sure that we're parsing that out right. Pomo start 10, 15, return. Now you got interaction, Pomo start, right? So anything that we pull out here, we can actually use as a guard in the function signature. So we can say when where is it? Name, command name. When command name, I think we can do equals. I forget how to do this. Start Pomo. Is that what the command name is? Pomo start. All right, let's see if this compiles. All right, so we type something in here. Pomo start 10:15 return, and it worked, right? We got into our command. Now, if I change this here and I just change the name a little bit, we do Pomo start 10:15 10:1 whatever. You see it doesn't run the thing, right? Because it doesn't match. So you can always put it in your function, or you can put it in your guard. Sometimes it's nice to put it in the guard because it will usually run it will tell you like function definition doesn't match, and then you can kind of really see what's going on. But we shouldn't have magic names here, so let's give this like, let's give this a thing. Command name. Pomo start. And that was in here. In fact, we can just, in here, we just match directly. And then we don't need this here because it won't match otherwise. All right, so now we are good. Let's get the data out. Data, where are you? Data. Did I have a version of this still up here? Where I'm pretty printing it? Yeah, okay. Data. Here's data. Let's just grab options is equal to, let me do this ugly first, okay? Interaction dot data, and then under here it's a list. So it should be in the same order. So the first one will be work, and we can call head options. This gives us the first one, and the break option is equal to, it's like get elem or elemat or something, I forget. Where's my Elixir stuff? Lists. No, not keyword lists. We're not lists. Come on. First, flatten. Zip. Alright, I'm going to cheat and go to my cheat sheets, where I write what I always forget. Lists. Empty list head. Enum at. And this takes in the list and the index. All right. And then of those options, we got the name. Why don't we just print out both for now? Work option is equal to inspect work option. Pretty true. And then we have break option is equal to inspect break. You see, if you don't inspect, it expects to be able to just make it a string, and a data structure like map here, you can't do that. So you have to call inspect, which is like the debugging version of taking something and turning it into a string. Break option. All right, so here we go. I think this is good. I don't think we need the whole interaction anymore. Let's see if this compiles. All right, now we try running it. Watching your stream makes me feel ASMR. Monk and furs. I hope that's not a bad thing. I don't know. I'm not very, like a lot of the popular streamers, they're all like super excitable. They get all these unhinged opinions. I'm just like, I'm just autistic. Just want to keep going. So, Pomodoro, we're going to type in 10:15 because we've been doing it for a while. Uh-oh. This is not good. All right, someone's options must be not not empty list. That's not good. What line number? We're calling head, so this must be us. Consumer 23. Got message. Oh, because maybe this, no, that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, we don't need this right now because we don't really care about message events. So let's make sure that that's not the problem. I can't imagine that was the problem. That seems like a red herring. All right, so this is saying consumer 10 now, handle event. Why are you acting weird now? This is the application. We're trying to call head on data. I see. This we should not be calling head on data. So let's see why that's happening. Oh, we should be calling it on options. I'm so bad. Because, right? Because it was options, data options. That's the list. So here we go. Now we're in, really what we should do is, here's data. We should do is equal to data. And now we don't need this part. We can just do data options. And let's see if this works. Wait, it didn't like something. Its interaction is not used. For now, maybe we don't need it. All right. All right, so now here we are again. And we're going to type in our Pomodoro message. 10:15. Well, I failed. Now it prints. Okay, so our work option here is work, type 4, whatever. And the next one is our, yeah, so that is good. That is really good. So, I think you can actually do pattern matching on lists. So that where is it? Pattern matching lists. So because so we can do this. So what we can do is instead of this, we just do work option, comma, break option. That's our list, is equal to data.options. I think that is a better way of doing it. Let's see if this works. There we go, it worked. So we can get rid of this stuff here. Now we have code that looks a little bit better. maybe we should, okay, we don't care. That's good enough. And now we need to grab these things, right? So we should do something like, what are we trying to grab? This is a Nostrum struct data option, right? That's what it was up here. Interaction data option, yes. And in here we have name. And this should be called work. And we also have a value. And we'll put this under work duration. All right, so does this make sense so far? Struct name work value work duration. And we do the same thing here for break. Value equals work duration. Doesn't this seem like it would be, does the formatting not let me do this? Yeah, it does. Okay, good. I like that better. Okay, so now I should have two things here. Work duration and break duration. And if they don't match the name, then there'll be an error, so that's good for us. So we'll change this debug here now to say work duration equals, and we will print out work duration. And we'll have break duration. Right. Okay, compiled. Let's see if this works. Oh my god. All right, we got work duration 10, break duration 16. I think they're integers too. I think. If this works, then it is an integer, because we're trying to add numbers. Math equals 26. So it is, those are coming in as integers, which makes sense. So it's doing the translation because we told it was an integer value. That was type 4. Okay, cool. So now we have these numbers of duration, right? What's next? Do we want to start a timer now? Yeah, I think we need a timer module that will basically be an OTP gen server, which exists one per user. That way we can at most have one timer per user. And then it'll be easy for us to check if they already have a timer that way. So we'll do that. I guess it's called like timer. Timer server. Notice how like the capitalization here turns into this style in the file name. That's convention for Elixir. All right, I'm gonna make more tea if you guys don't mind. So take a quick break, and then we're gonna start on the timer. Quick break for tea. Quick break for tea. Yeah, maybe like just a few minutes. Sorry. I'm freezing. I think I need like a sweater. And where's my cardigan? I'm freezing, everyone. I'm freezing. It's so cold. Oh, there's still 3 of you here. How's that possible? What are you guys doing? Okay, let's put this on before we freeze to death. It's like I didn't even realize I was cold when I was coding because, like, I guess I'm just concentrating. But now that I stopped for a bit, I was like, oh my god, I'm freezing. You guys doing well? God, so annoying. I should put this somewhere like here. Maybe the left side is good. It's like... I have a mini space heater. That's really good. Do you live in a cold place? Oh, that feels better already. Otherwise, I'll be freezing to death where I'm living right now. Oh my god. Did you mention that before? All right, so we're going to need I think we're going to need something called a dynamic supervisor, which can basically start up new timer servers. So we'll call it it's a big and old house, so it's very difficult to heat up. Oh yeah, that's hard. I had one of those like that felt like all the wind was just going through the walls, and that just felt terrible. You can't ever get warm. All right, so I'm kind of doing this backwards, but first we're going to need a supervisor. That's the thing that monitors the actual, server instances. And that shouldn't be too hard to do. Dynamic supervisor. Do we have a used dynamic supervisor? Here we go. Yeah. Use dynamic supervisor. So we're it makes it a lot easier instead of all that other stuff that you have to type. Start link. This is how it gets started to begin with. It's kind of a naming convention. Dynamic supervisor dot start link. The module, the underscore module is just this module's name. And then we pass in the init arg. It always has like an initialization arg. We don't have much initialization to do. And it's a named server, which means that there's only one of it and you can basically find it by name. Sometimes you can have like with our timing server, you'll see that it gets a little more complicated because each timing server, when we reference it, it'll have its own name. So that's different. So this is like this part, the start link part is just naming convention basically. But this part here where we're doing impl true, this is saying that we're implementing a necessary function from dynamic supervisor, which is the init function. And our init is basically just starting up the dynamic supervisor. And then we pass how we want it to run. And we want it to basically strategy 1-for-1 is the most common. It means that any of its children that fails, it will try to bring up that child again. All right. Start link module, we did all that. Start child. Yeah, we'll need a way to start our timer server. And let's see if this actually compiles. All right, so that compiled. Now we need to start the supervisor, which we do in the application. Pomodoro dot, what do we call it? What was the name of that thing? How is it that I really don't have like more than 10 seconds of memory? And why is my picture here? Why can't anything ever be in the right place? Like I was in the middle of the screen. How in what world can that ever have made sense? When did I do that? I should get like a sound alert when someone types in a message so I can like look. Otherwise I don't know. All right, so what was this guy called? Timer server supervisor. Timer server. Why does it not find it? Something's wrong. Oh, because I didn't put it in the right directory. Now, supervise. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, so that starts up the supervisor, and the supervisor needs a way to start up its children. So let's do that. Where do we put it? How about we put it all the way on top? Start timer. Maybe start timer server. And we're going to have to pass something, right? Because it's going to need to know like for who, what user ID or something like that. So we have a spec here. Start child spec. We need to pass a map. I think we can do the spec. So we should be able to do something like dynamic supervisor dot start child. Now you see here when we say come on, module, this is the named server, so it will look for that one that we started. And supervisor dot start, I think I thought there was like an easy way to do this. Maybe not. Oh, I think I did the init wrong, didn't I? Dynamic supervisor. Whoa, what did I just click? Init arg, extra arguments, init arg. I think I need that. I don't know. This is always so confusing, and then you do it once, and then you don't have to worry about it again. Start link. I'm up here. Start child, and I need to pass in the child spec. This is telling it how to start the child. So here it is the name of the child. Oh, it keeps going back. Why? And when I click Windows, is that why? No, it's just because I get confused when I'm looking at it. Here's the spec. So we want something similar. It is the Pomodoro .timer server. Oh, here we want this to be a tuple, Pomodoro timers server, comma, and then if it's not using new child specs, we need to pass a map. I don't know what that means. They made a new child spec system. Jesus. I forget what this means. Child spec, it's in here. What a pain in the ass this always is. It tells us to look for child spec somewhere in here. Module base, super, here, look at the child spec. Here we go. Child spec returns. See supervisor for more info. And then in supervisor, we get the child specification is a map of up to 6 elements. The ID, the start, restart, shutdown, type. Here we go. When starting this, you may pass a list of child specifications or maps that tell it how to work. This is the fully identified version. However, error prone. That's why Elixir lets you pass the tuple with the module name and the start link argument instead. That's kind of what we want. So I think the argument here that's passed to init is 0. So we'll pass in 0 for now, but eventually I think this needs to be the user ID. All right. So, yeah, when you go to timer server, oh, we didn't write this yet, but it's going to have some of these things in it. Let's see if this compiles. All right, so it compiles. Now we just have to write. Let's see if it actually starts up. It even starts up. So let's see if we can actually start up one of these timer servers. Actually, you know, when we call start link, this should be being called right now because this gets called in from our application here when we added it here. The application is going to go through each of these and call start link. So theoretically, if I put in a logger in here, you can do error start link. This will be easy for us to see because it'll be in red, I think. And here we will call, this is init, And if we're going to use logging, we have to type in require logging. Oops, why is it not happy? What is it saying? Logging is not loaded. Could not require. What did I type in the other one? Require logger. Oh my god. How is it that I survive? Okay, you saw that. Start link init. So we are being, this calls start link. Remember, so the way that it works is when you have a list of children here, it's going to call start link on each one of those. And start link, why it says link is because it's basically starting a new process and it's going to monitor that process. So that's why it's called linking. That way it knows when that process, should it die, right? It will have an idea of something going wrong and it can try to restart it. So it can even restart a supervisor. And then when you call dynamic supervisor start link, which calls, it's actually on the supervisor, it's going to call your modules init with the init arg. And then the init arg here is, what are we calling it with? Since we're just calling it with children, it's probably like nil. Let's see what it's printing. Let's see what we're getting. Yeah, so it's an empty list. That's what it is. That's the default. Okay, so now now this guy is started. We got to create the timer server. Here we go. We're in the timer server, and the timer server is what we call a gen server. So let's find that. Client server, communication, supervision tree, dynamic servers. Where would be the gen server? Agents. We don't want agents. Gen server. Yay. Use gen server. Here we go. So we need that. Use gen server, and it's not user, it's gen server. And then there's a couple of things we need to implement for it, which is init. What am I doing? All right. And we need to define also handle call eventually. Probably it's better if we just type in gen server here. And then you can see that, like, here's some of the behaviors, but you can see the callbacks that are necessary, which is init is a necessary one. And it has some functions, start link and stop, that we probably need to add start link. So init init arg. Let's also require logger here so we can see what we're getting. Timer server init equals init arg. And that'll just set up our initial state. And I think, as you saw earlier, the initial arg, where was that? Gen server section example, callbacks. Init, here we go. It needs to return OK and state. you can say stop and these other things, but it means the server didn't actually start up. So we do OK, and we're going to return the init arg, whatever that was. No, we should return a state, right? We'll make it an empty map for now. That's our init, all right? Okay. And then we need start. Here's our example. Let's look at the example. Init, handle call. What about start? Then we need start link, gen server start link. Here it goes. Start link. This is how we start it up. Def start link. Why does it say default? I think this is the init arg, right? What was it again? Let's look. Start link. Module init arg options. Yep. Start link init arg. Hello, look, mom, no hands, we. Okay, so then in our thing we call gen server dot start link. Module init arg. And that will start up our gen server. I think that's it. And now we should be good to go. La la. All right. Name is for user registration. That's when it's going to get a little complicated. So if you think about it right now, we started up a supervisor server, which is a server. It's like its own process. And it's going to monitor a whole bunch of these timer servers that we're creating. And these timer servers, we're just creating the skeleton API. This will actually create the new process by creating a gen server. And it's being told that it's this module, timer server here, that we want to create a gen server for. So it knows where to send the callbacks when it gets events and everything. And then in that start link that gen server has, it's going to call init so that it can set up the proper states. Why do you need servers though? Well, in Elixir, we're going to be getting like, this is a long-lived server because this is a Discord bot we're writing. And each user is basically writing wants to start a timer, right? And so each process is basically just going to be the timer. When it's running, it knows the state of that user's timer. You can query it, you can do whatever, or maybe you can cancel it. And yeah, that's pretty much why it exists. We could just use like a database or whatever, but in Elixir, like, it's okay to just start like, a million processes. So that's why we're doing it. Anytime you want to hold state, it's kind of think about a server. Yeah, but this is a single bot. It's just that within Elixir, these processes just look like code. Like we don't do like threading. They're single threaded. It's just that there are many of them running at the same time. All right, so let's see if this works. I'm also going to just put in a logger in here that just says timer server start link init arg equals inspect init arg. Okay, so let's start this up. Now we haven't started up any actually, we haven't started up any, what do you call these things? Timer servers. So we won't see any of these, right? Like if I start this right now, we'll see, these errors are from the supervisor. So let's make that clear. Supervisor start link and supervisor init. And now we need to start a timer server. I thought PHP was bad, but this is on another level. What are you talking about? This is fine. It's beautiful. So where should we start one for now? Let's start one in, maybe in the ready. We can start a fake one. You know what I mean? Okay, so ready. And now we're gonna start one of these servers. And that was like Pomodoro dot timer supervisor dot start timer server. And right now that takes no parameters, right? So we're gonna say logger dot debug starting a timer server. This is a test one. This is not how we should be starting it. But at least this will start a server and see if that code path actually works. All right, timer server start link init arg 0, right? So that was in our actual timer server. We got the start link first, and the init arg is 0, and then the init got 0. So we're actually starting up a timer server now. Now, we actually want to start a timer server whenever we get one of these commands. Remember, we wrote a command handler here for, let's get rid of this message create. I don't think we need any of this. Well, we can leave it here. All right, so now we got this, and now we're ready to start a worker server because someone just said, hey, I want to start a new timer, right? So here we can do dynamic, no, not dynamic. What's it called? Timer Pomodoro dot, the thing we just did, supervisor dot start timer server. Now what this will do is it'll start a timer server whenever somebody types in a / command, right? So let's get rid of this one now. And you will see that when we run this, we're on our server here, and we type in /Pomodoro start. This is our bot's Pomodoro timer. We say we want to work for 10 minutes and we want to break for 16. So you see it actually said work 10, break 16. We should get rid of that math thing. And then it calls start timer, and that's when you see the timer server starting. But what we want to do is create a timer server specific for that user. This is really annoying though, because now we run into something called via tuples. That allows us to basically create a registry for processes that have names associated with it. It's a lot of overhead, but once you do it once, it's a lot easier. So it does sound a little bit like cope, right? So let's see, process, no, we call it registry. Here we go. Oh, I had thought you already had a user-specific access. What do you mean? What do you mean that would be the first thing to do for a bot? This is user. What does user-specific mean to you? Admin specific? There's no admin commands for this bot. Let me see. What's the best way to do this? This is kind of nasty, so. All right, let's just do this real quick. So, we basically want to use something called a process registry that will keep track of each process and so that we can give it a name. So registries are, you just kind of start them up with registry start link. And, whoops, where did it go? Why did I just lose it? Yeah, here, start link, and can be and access named processes using via registry key. So here's an example of it. Name via registry. This is not super clear. Anyway, I need to create a registry file. So we'll do module registry. Okay, now we can create a registry here. And I think all we really need is for it to start up, so we can do like, maybe we just do a start. Let me see if I have it in my other code here. Didn't I? My other project, do I have it here? No, it's not here. It's over here somewhere. My other, let me see if I do it here. Do I use a registry? I don't think I do. Oh, this is a gen server, but it's not a process registry. Nope. All right, so we won't do that. Let's just do it the old way. Def start, do, and then we want to do registry dot start link keys unique. Oops. That means all the process, the names have to be unique. And then we're going to pass in our name of the registry, our file, which is Pomodoro .registry. There we go. So that should start up the registry thing. I think that's it, right? And then we should be able to look stuff up. Yeah, we don't need this stuff. All right, let's see if we can start this up now. Pomodoro.registry.start. All right, so it did start. But where should this start? Shouldn't this start? Oops, sorry. Shouldn't this start from the supervisor? This is a little worrisome. Hold on a sec. Let me look at some other code I have where I can see how I set up the process. Actually, hold on. I know a better way to do this. Let me look up. I have a book that's called Elixir in Action. That's really good. I wonder if I have the PDF for this. No, I don't. Should I look at my old code? Or should I just try to figure this out? I'll just try to figure this out. So, I think the registry, is it like a supervised process? On the registry is started. Trying to remember. There's some way to rewrite child spec, count children, terminate children. Damn it. I'm pretty sure it was in supervisor where I can make the child spec, change the child spec of this guy. But I didn't see it. Supervisor, supervisor, supervisor. Alright, supervisor strategies, child spec. May pass a list of specifications. Supervisor will invoke that. Start link. Gen server already defines a child spec, yes. Supervisor child spec. If you need to convert a tuple to a modify, you can use supervisor child spec function. I think that's what I need to do. Builds and overrides, that's what I need. So here we go. Similar to start link, and it expects a module name. Supervisor child spec, and it passes in agent dot 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 dot. So I think I can add a start link here. Oh my. Start link. Registry start link. But first I need to change my child spec, right? So I think the function I need here is child spec under gen server. 1 second. No, I'm totally failing. I'm going to look at the book. I can't ever get this straight in my head, so I am looking at my Elixir in Action book. It's like the best book for learning Elixir. And yeah, it's super annoying sometimes. So I have all these like little post-its on my book that tell me where things are, and most of them is around this area because this is where I always forget stuff. So I'm looking for the registry. Here's the registry section. All right, registry start link, my registry, spawn, register, da 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 da. Okay, I think we pretty much did it. It's just that for whatever reason, they don't have anything here. And since this is the name of the module already, we can just do module. And then we do have to define child spec. That was the thing. This is the part that I couldn't figure out. So we don't care about what child spec gets in. What is it getting in? Supervisor dot child spec. That was the thing I was just looking at. And we're basically saying copy registry, which is the thing we are trying to be like, right? Take the registry child spec, whatever it is, and change the ID to our name. And then starting it is, this is all just like, just have to have it. All right. That's the thing we need. Here's what the book says. Here you are using supervisor child spec to adjust the default specifications of the registry module. This invocation essentially states that you'll use whatever child specification is provided by registry with ID and start fields changed. By doing this, you don't need to know the internals of the registry implementation, such as whether the registry process is a worker or a supervisor. Why is this not happy? Start link. What? That's our function, no? Oh, the name of the function is an atom here. Okay, got it. All right, that's why I can't ever remember that, because who would remember that? It just, and it's not clear from here, you know? All right, now we can start a process registry. Let's do that inside of application. So now that we can actually start this up, we can do Pomodoro dot, what do we call it? Registry. So in here, we will just like print out like usual logger dot debug registry starting. Yeah, registry not really well explained in documentation. Every time I look it up, well, I usually don't look it up. I usually just take some code I have from before and just like copy it. But this is just such a pain in the ass. I really feel like this is the part I hate about Elixir, that I have to memorize this. But you know, once you have it set up, you just don't touch it again. All right, so here we go. We start up the application. We have the registry starting. Let's try Let's try, let's see if this starts up. Uh-oh. Logger debug is undefined. Okay, so we start the supervisor. Registry starting. So we see we can start the registry now. And we should be able to interact with the registry. All right. Where is the registry? Here we go. Registry start, registry lookup. It'll fail, right? Like registry lookup, and we pass in something that doesn't make sense, like foo.bar. It says it's undefined. We pass in our registry, pomodoro.registry. Lookup is undefined. Why is that? Did I type it in wrong? Lookup registry. Oh, this is a registry, but I don't have anything in here that checks for it. Got it. Wait, registry.lookup should work, right? Function is undefined. Lookup 2. Oh, it needs 2 parameters. So it doesn't find it. But soon we're going to have all the gen servers registering. And this is where we use via tuples, which I never remember how to write also. So we're going to add a via tuple helper here. It's a way to find the independent process names. Via tuple, and it takes in a key. And what you saw here was it says via, and it has this format: via registry key. So we need via here, right? Registry is the registry. And then we're going to pass in via registry, right? So this is the registry process. It's saying that we're using this registry. You can have different ways of doing via, I guess. And then we pass in our registry, which is Pomodoro dot registry, and then we pass in the key, whatever the key is, right? Then that will create something of this format. Why are we doing this? Because when we create a child timer, the key is going to be the user's ID. I think that is good. All right. let's go back to, so remember, now we have something that will basically return us a via tuple, which is the unique way of identifying a process, right? And we can query the registry for a via tuple. Now we have to actually register that. So where do we register? Like, yeah, when you have a name like this where it says via, and here is the key, it's going to create an entry automatically in the registry. So we need to do that inside of the timer server when we start it. No, in the timer supervisor when we create this guy, we need to pass in an optional name, I believe. I think that's what it is. It's a name, right? La la la. Let's go back here. It should be under OTP. Oops. Gen server callbacks. Let's see. Does it have anything about names here? Naming processes. All right, so there is a name option. And then in our options, they're not making it really easy to follow. I kind of wanted to use the documentation more. Ah, well, we'll just have to do it from here. Where was I? Yeah, how do we use the spec? How do we start the thing? We do name. Yeah, it's just called name, and then we pass in the via tuple. So here we are. We'll via tuple, and we'll pass in what is this, like a key? We'll call it worker ID. It's because it's basically the ID of the timer server, right? So we're just going to base it off of the user's ID. Sorry, I stopped looking at chat. Okay, we don't have anything. All right, so now we're just going to make a function that is via tuple that references our other via tuple. And it calls pomodoro.registry.viatuple. Isn't that where it was? Why is it not finding it? Dot. Why are you not finding it, guy? Pomodoro registry def via tuple. Via tuple. Why are you not happy? Anyway. But this via tuple, I must be doing something wrong. So weird. It wants a key, right? So we want a unique way of identifying us. But remember that registry is shared with all different possible like servers. So we're going to make our key a tuple where we pass in our module name and the user's ID. Right? Actually, to make it clear, we'll call it user ID. I'm really worried why this isn't finding via tuple. Maybe I didn't save the file. That's what it is, right? That's what it is. I just didn't save the file. Okay, now, did you find it? Yeah, it finds it now. That's a stupid error. All right. We got a via tuple. Yay. And it means now we can do via tuple worker ID. Start timer. We'll just pass in the user ID. And now we should probably have an error. Whoa, why is this showing an error? Start child 3 is undefined. No? What am I doing wrong? Start child. Yeah, it's so annoying. I just feel like, God. Start link. Start child. Maybe because it's a dynamic server. Yeah, let's see. Start link. That's in the link name. I see. All right. Because it's dynamic, this doesn't go here. We're going to pass the name into the start arguments for timer server. So we're going to pass the user ID here. Start link and start child. I think you're right because you need like a null. You need to pass in a parameter, right? Like it needs to be an empty parameter or something. We'll see. So I think we need to do this. And then in timer server, we get the user ID. Let me see. This might not be. This might come in as a list if I recall correctly. That's why I have to print this out. Why is this guy not happy? Init-arc. All right, let's see what happens. Oops. What was that? Mix compile. Did you mean start timer consumer 47? Yeah, we have to pass in the user ID now. Where's the user ID? Let's grab the user ID here. So we have an interaction object. We go to the Nostrum thing. We look at structs. Here are the structs, and we look for interaction. And you can see in interaction, there's a bunch of stuff, and there is a user. Okay, so let's grab the user. User is going to be a struct user. Okay, so now it'll be a user. And in that user, we have their ID. So now we have their user ID here. And that is a number because you click on ID. It's going to say it's a snowflake, and a snowflake is within this range of number. So now we can pass in the user ID here. And we should probably type this just to make sure we get this in right. Start timer server. This is taking in a nostrum.struct.user.id. And I don't know what start child returns. Where's start child in, what are we calling, dynamic supervisor? Start child returns on start child. This, where does this come from? Types. Okay. So, do I have to add a dialyzer thing? Yeah, I have to add it. Dialyzer is good for checking your types. And so when you install it, here we add, nope. Ah, come on, don't they tell you like what to add? You guys make it so hard to love, like, I love Elixir, but why do you make it so hard to, like, add anything? Ah, here we go. Why is it over here? So we add it to our mix.exs. And we add, in our deps, we're adding dialyzer. Dialyzer greater than 1.4. Only for our dev builds. What else is there? Runtime false. I'm not sure what the runtime means. Okay, so now we do mix steps.get. What did I do wrong? Mix steps. I failed to fetch dialyzer record. Dialyzer 1.4. What's wrong? Maybe, let's see here. Why are you not happy? What is going on? To add it, just add a line like this. Am I really not able to copy stuff correctly? Is that why? Oh, yep. I typed it in wrong because it's the actual package name is not dialyzer, it's Elixir. I am going to kill somebody. There we go. But you run mixed dialyzers, so you see it's like Oh, why is it not happy? I probably have a bad Erlang build from Nix. I hate you, Nix. You know, like, oops. Maybe we got kind of confused when we were trying to change the Elixir version earlier. Oh, why do I have an EIX here? That's not good. Which EIX is this? I don't want this EIX. Oh, it's because it's my default Nix setup. Well, let's see if this one works. Nope. I don't know why it's doing this. Yeah, something's wrong with Dialyzer. I think it's the Erlang version. Well, it doesn't matter. I just want it to be right, but really trying to maybe use Nix with this is annoying. Okay, so we don't really have this working, but we don't care. We're not going to do type safety. We're not going to check Dialyzer right now. Where were we? We were in the middle of trying to start. We're trying to start we're trying to start this registry. And so we have start link, we have the start, here's our guy here that I was trying to get set up, where we're going to call start child. And we can log their user ID here, logger.debug start timer server user ID is equal to, and I'll just print out the user ID like this, and then we should see if this works. Okay, so I set it up using NeoVim, and Mason, if I remember correctly. Usually I use ASDF, and that's like the Elixir way of doing things. But yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass. So now I can start. Let's see if we can start one of these guys. 10, 15. Timer start link init arg equals this. So this is our user ID. At least it should be, right? So here I go. I'm going to type test. I go here, I copy user ID, I print it, and it's 492, and you see it says 492. So we are starting, we are at least getting the right user ID, and we're passing it into timer server, right? So we saw here start timer server printed this out, but then timer server itself got it as an initial argument. So when I go to timer server, here it says init equals init arg, and it was the ID. So we know now that this is the user ID. So we know it's an integer, right? Start link is also being called with a user ID. So at least we can assert this now. And then we start it. So theoretically now this registry should have an entry in it. Let's see if we can, are you using Vim and not NeoVim? I'm using Helix. I'm using like neither. So here's user ID. What was I doing? I think my brain's getting scattered. Just calm down. We are testing the registry. Right. So I wrote some, I remember querying the registry is a pain in the ass. So I wrote a query for it somewhere. Let's see. Not this. Process registry. Ah, here it is. You'll see how crazy this is. So we do registry select, and we pass in our registry, which is Pomodoro.registry, right? And then we pass in the flag that will print out everything inside of it. Which, oh, that's not it. I didn't mean to copy you. I meant to copy you. All right. Oh my God, it's empty. That's not good. Did it not start? Let's see here. Start link timer server. Start link. Init, okay. So shouldn't this process be running? Let's see, timer server, who's calling this? This is being called from supervisor. Is it debug? Label equals, I'll just do something really big so we can see here. I want to see the result of that. Why is it, are we not starting correctly? Oh crap. Why is this guy not working? There we go. All right. Got ready event. Test. No. Pomodoro start 10:16. Start link. Okay, so there is a PID here. This one should be running. And then there should be something where I can query this now correctly. Pomodoro. Maybe I'm just querying it wrong and it's actually there. Yeah, maybe I'm just querying it wrong. Or maybe this process is dying. And I forget how to check processes. Let's see, do I have anything in here? I'm not good at the admin side of these servers, like how to remember when like a process is running. thought I had something where I wrote like, hey, here's how you check if a process is running. Kill process, registry select. Oh, here is how many registered processes there are. So registry.count, and we give it our thing, pomodoro.registry. 0. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Anyway, let's continue and we'll see why we're not actually connecting. But that's a little problematic. Very strange. Yeah, so like there's something like you can check for a process. Whoops, not here. Right? We should be able to check a live PID. So here is a PID. And how do you construct a PID from how do you construct a PID? I forget. From that. Get PID, la la la, system, maybe 2 PID. PID from string, Elixir. It's like something really simple. PID, yeah, it's just this. Alright, so my PID equals this number. And now I can call, whoops, my PID is equal to PID, my PID. Alright, now I have the PID, and now I can call the alive one, right? Is this in kernel? Process. What the fuck, you motherfucker? So I'm just not maybe registering right, or maybe I'm just querying the wrong registry? I have no idea. Right? That just seems really weird. List. Alright, there's a whole bunch of processes. Well, let's not worry about it too much. So the count is 0. Yeah, it's 0. I don't know why. But let's not worry about it just yet. Did you start the registry process? Yeah, right? Here's the registry. And whoops. Here's the registry. Registry starting. Start link. And when I run it, whoops, when I run it, you see this registry starting, right? Registry starting. So there is a registry starting. And it's being called Pomodoro registry. Right here. Start ID Pomodoro registry, right? But yeah, I think we'll kind of run into it as we continue. So what were we doing next? We've actually created the when we have we create the timer server, which actually seems to work, right? So we can say like io.inspect label, and we can say timer server is equal to, oh no, I can't print it. Yeah, there, just like this. So when we start the timer server, we can see it'll print out the address of the timer server there also. Pomodoro. Yeah, timer server equals here, 270. So it prints out the same PID that it gets from here, which is this long one right here. So we know we're starting the process, and now we got to talk to it. Let's try talking to it, and then we'll know something's wrong when we cannot, right? So in timer server, we're going to make a function that is called like start timer. It has the user ID and it has a duration in minutes. So here it is going to, if you look at gen servers here, not Nostrum, but you look at gen servers. Where were you, gen servers? If you look at gen server, you have something where you can call. That's going to send a message to the gen server. So you do gen server dot call, and this is a round trip, whereas a cast is only sending a message and forgetting about it. So we gotta call the gen server. What was it? But we're using it with a via tuple, so server. And a server, whoops, and a server can be any value in under name registration. So it probably is via tuple. And user ID, all right? Wait, where do we have the via tuple before? What? Why do I have this? That's not right. This should be in the time server, right? Who is using via tuple? Time server and registry. Yeah, that's what I expect. Maybe that's why. Where should I have been using it? In start child, in the supervisor. Yeah, here we go. So time server, when he starts, this is the problem. This is the problem, Mau. I just forgot in start link that we got the user ID I forgot to register it because oh my God. There. So I wrote the via tuple function inside of the supervisor, but the supervisor never needs to. That's because when I first wrote this, I thought I needed to put the via tuple here, but that's not how it works. You just pass in the user ID to the time server, and then the time server will basically register itself with the process registry via this here, name via tuple user ID. But I forgot to write that. And then when I put this in here, that's when it became clear that I didn't have it in the right place. God, I'm the worst. Here, let's check, I guess. We gotta finish this function here. So call takes in a request, which can be anything, and a timeout. So here is, oh, those are just callbacks. Call, and then we pass in something. So a request can be anything. So we can make it like start timer, duration minutes. So we're just passing it as the message here. Oh, why are you not happy? Undefined call to. What are you going on about here? Gen server call 3 server term timeout, but a timeout. What? Oh, because I typed it in wrong. All right. Mix compile. Now when we run it, actually, I'm pretty sure this is going to work, so I'm not going to test what we're going to test. Instead, I'm going to write the handler for this. So here is a handler. We do implement true because it comes from gen server, which we said use gen server on top here. So now we do handle event. And if we look at handle event, which is a callback, oh, it's called handle call, sorry. Handle call, and it gets passed in a request, a from, and a state. So in the request, I assume this is going to be the, what's it called, start timer, comma, duration, minutes. And also it gets passed in from, which I don't think we care about, and a state. The state is the user ID because we've been passing it around. But we can just call it state here because I think we always will just return it because it never changes. We're going to have to add something to the state because the state's going to have to keep track of the timer. But for now, let's just print out something. Logger.debug handle call start timer duration equals, and then we'll print out duration minute. All right. That seems pretty straightforward. And then when we reply, we need to give it this thing here format. So we say reply. This means we're replying. We give it the reply, which is the response for it. Like what's it going to say on the other end? We'll just say okay. We can say something like from timer server. And the state, we want to return the new state in case the state changes, but we are not going to change the state right now. It'll be simply that. So let's do this. Okay, so start timer. Now someone needs to call start timer. We'll do that in the consumer where we call start timer server. And then after we call start timer server, we'll call timer Pomodoro.timer server .start timer. And we have to pass the user ID and the duration minutes. So we'll pass in work duration for now, right? All right, so here we go. We're going to start the server timer. If there's already one running, we'll get an error because they're supposed to be unique to the user ID. And then it'll call start timer, which is this function that we wrote here that finds the right server through the registry here and passes the message start timer. That should get matched to this handler here, which is going to say handle call. You're really confident. After all the things that went wrong, for sure. Pomodoro start 10:16. Look at that. Handle call start timer duration equals 10. And that was in our handle call right here. So the message got to it. Are any of you able to join this server? Because the problem is I'm only testing with one user right now. There's the Discord server. Can someone join? Just type in this command and see if it works for them, and then they should get a different server ID, right? Like a different time server PID. Where do we print out the PID? Oh, we don't print out the PID, do? Oh, here it is, time server PID. Mine is 258, but someone else should get a different one. How to build a music bot. No, someone asked me to build this, so I'm trying to build this. So you can see here this time it says error already started, right? Because we tried to start this time server with the user ID, but it already started. But you can see again that it still works, right? Duration 17 this time. It still continued. Try to build a music bot. No, like I'm building a bot for a Pomodoro timer because I am part of a server where they need that, and they asked me to build it. So that's what I'm doing. So hopefully Mao can join, and then we can see that like these two users get different servers. All right, we're getting closer. So we have independent servers for each user whenever they run the command. Now we should actually start a timer. They pay for this? No, it's for free. Why? Hey Mao, I see you joined. Hello. Yeah, so try doing this, what is it called? Pomo start. And what we should see here is that it prints out a different PID other than 258 for you. Yeah, there we go. So you see you got 271, right? And I'm 258. So when I do Pomo again, I get 258 again. But now if you do it again, you should get 270. It should print out 271 for us. Yeah, we're not responding yet. Maybe that's the next thing we'll do, is it will respond right now. Can you try running it again, and it'll print out 271 on my screen here because that's your server. This is like delayed, yeah, 271. So there we go. And you can see this is Mao's user ID. Well, I don't know if they want anyone to know anything. But anyway, thank you so much. That shows that that part worked. And now we're going to print a response to the command so that it's not sitting there saying application did not respond. Okay? Oh, did you just do it again? Yeah, you just did it again. Yeah, there's a lot of delay from it because it's like, thank you so much, because it's like streaming is delayed, right? Oh, let's see here. So we have to print back, we have to return something that says the command was successful. So let's do that. We are doing it in here where we got the command. It's an interaction create. We print out something. We start the timer, but we never like send anything back to the user. So here we're going to say send back acknowledgement, or just acknowledge. So to do that, we are going to look at Nostrum where it has application commands. And you can see here that it receiving interactions. Maybe they'll show us manage role responding. Here we go. Create interaction response. That's what we need to do. So we do eventually we'll need to do nostrum.api. How many languages you know? You mean like computer languages? Nostrum API dot create interaction response. There we go. And now we have to fill this in with a response, right? That was God Madara saying, how many languages did you know? I'm like, well, I can answer both. For speaking languages, I can speak English. Je peux parler français aussi. 한국말 할 수 있어요. So I can speak Korean, 조금만, and French and English. My French is professional, my English is professional. Computer languages, it's really hard to say because I'm never like, I can use any of them, but they're just like, I forget things. So where are we? We need to create a response, right? Let's create a response here. So here is creating a map, and then we'll just pipe this into the response here, And that way we can get rid of this guy. And we need to give it a type. And you can see in Discord, when you look at the Discord stuff, where does it say? Receiving and responding, right? Responding to an interaction. Type of response. So here's the callback type. And number 4 means we're going to respond with a message. Let's do that because it's kind of the easiest, you know? So I think remember there was like a whole bunch of constants in Nostrum. I wonder if it is one of them that we could use so I don't have to use a magic thing. Where's constants? Constants. I think this is it. Yes. Channel with message source. So we do type and we go in here and we type in Nostrum dot, what is this? Constants, right? Dot interaction callback type. Oh God. Callback type dot channel with message source. Why do I keep thinking I'm using something else? Here we go. So now we have the type, which means we're returning a message. Right, that's the type, and then we give it data. And we can see that inside of the Discord thing here. So it says data. So you have a type field and a data field, which I typed in as date. What about Python? Yeah, I wrote a few things in Python, including a Discord bot, but it's by far like it's like I use it when I have to, and then I'm looking everything up all the time. For me, it feels like Python, there's not much to know about it, but I always forget syntax. So I just, yeah, you know, Python's easy. Is that rude to say? It's probably not easy. I'm probably totally underestimating it. Anyway, let's look at data here. So data can have this stuff. In their example, they have content, which is a string. You see that here. So we're going to say something like timer start command received. We'll just do that for now, right? And we can add message components, which are like buttons. We can do that later. Let's do that later. What are you not happy about, dude? What are you not happy about? Create interaction is undefined. Did you mean create interaction response? Create interaction response 2 or 3. I must have done it wrong. 2. What does it get passed in? Interaction and the response. Unfortunate. So we have to pass the interaction we got up here, which we never saved. So you see we do this and it saves the interaction. And then we're going to use it over here. And now we're going to call this data. No, this is the response. And we're going to pass the response in here. All right. But I typed something wrong. Response, response. Why are you not happy? Because I have this here. All right. So this should reply to the slash command and just type reply with a timer start command received. So let's try that out. Now we type in Pomodoro start work 10:10, and it says timer start command received. So you see here that like it's happy with the command, and it no longer says so I need help from you to build a Telegram bot. I was thinking of building like a Telegram bot or a Signal bot. But, hey Mao, you used the command. That's so cute. But you know what else we can do? Wait, I'll get back to you, God Moara. Like, Discord has one of these options here is a flag, you see? And this flag can be ephemeral. Where was it? So if I turn this in here and turn this into flags, message flags combined as a bit field. So where do I get message flags from? Message flags, here we go. Where's ephemeral? Here. That is, what does this bit field mean? 0 shifted 1 over? Is that, what does this mean? These are bit flags, so ephemeral flag for Discord. What number is it? It's probably 64. Let's see. So ephemeral 6. If this was binary, it'd be 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. So it's either going to be 32 or 64. I'm guessing it's 64. Let's see if this has anything in here that... No, it doesn't. Or maybe it has something in here for flags. Nope. It's called API create. I'm going down a rabbit hole for no reason. API functions, create interaction response, token map. Doesn't say. But I think it's a 64. So let's see if I'm right. And we do Pomodoro start 10:10. You can see now it says only you can see this. Do you see that? Is it too small? Oh, maybe it's too small. Only you can see this. And now if Mao does this also, I actually will no longer see this thing that says Mao used Pomo start because it's an ephemeral message. And sometimes you want an ephemeral message because you don't want other people to see it. All right, so we got that going. I'll just comment this as ephemeral. Look, you see? There is Mao running it, but I got no notification on my side, but they got it on theirs. Right, Mao? Yeah, I confirm. So the Telegram bot, like, yeah, I'm interested. I want to build Telegram. I want to build like a Signal bot or whatever, but probably I can't do it right now. All right, where are we? Why did I do that? Yeah, isn't that? Oh, it doesn't, right, it doesn't like ephemeral message like this. Oh well. Whatever. Where are we? So we respond now, but we need to start keeping state because right now, when we start that process, it has no idea how long the state's supposed to be. So let's go back. Well, actually, our shit is running for a little bit, so let me commit this. I always forget how to add something. GitHub. I want to create a new repository. We're going to call it Pomodoro. Pomodoro bot. Discord bot for Pomodoro timers. Create repository. Right, is that it? And now we want to push one here, so let me first add all of these. So, work in progress, handles receives /command and replies with the same message all the time. Need to keep track of timers and state. All right, so now, oh yeah, don't we want to change branch main right? So we do this. We do this. And then we track the origin. We push the origin. Uh-oh. Oh, it doesn't like this. All right, let's fix this. What it doesn't like is that I have my Discord cookie token in here. All right, so what we'll do is we will go back to that config file and we will use an environment variable. I think it's like sys.m fetch-env. Here it is. No, that's how you grab stuff from it. So it's not config. I think it's then it is system. Environment variable. So we'll take this guy. And we will set an environment variable in bash. How do you do that? I'm not very good at bash scripts. set environment variable bash. I think it's just name, right? Environment. Alright, that is not what I want. No, I just want it at the top level. Export. There we go. That's what it was. There we go. Okay, so I will make a file that we will ignore called token. Export bot token is equal to this thing. And we'll call this dot token dot bash. And then we'll close this file. We will get rid of this guy. And then here we will call, I'm a hacker, we need help for that. If you're interested, help me to get it. I don't mind if you can't. Yeah, sorry, I can't help right now. And I think it'll be a while before I can help, but it's something that I would do eventually. So, like, I'm the worst person for immediate things because I got too many projects going on. And you see how slow I am? Right? And then we can make this like this because this version, as you see here, says that it will throw an error if it's not found. Alright, so let's do this. Oh, why doesn't it like it? Why are you not happy? Right, because you don't have it. That's fine, because you're a different shell. That's okay. Now let us see if we should probably add, yeah, we need to add token bash to git ignore. All right, there we go. Let's try committing this. It probably will make us do a reset because it was actually committed earlier, right? That's gonna fuck me up because that's when I get really confused. Remove secrets. What was it? What was the command? Git push origin. It's gonna fail again, right? Yeah, it rejected. So, I think I have to do like a reset. Remove the secret, commit the changes, run. Oops, too late. Oh, I'm gonna so fuck this up. Alright, so what I am going to do is just make a copy of this right now. Why don't you find it? Weird. All right, so we have a copy of our thing. Yep, it has all of our files. And now when we go in here, I think I can reset it. Right? But I think I can reset it to this. Right, so I've modified this, and now it's saying I can run git amend. Okay, let's try this. Git commit minus amend minus all. All right, did that fix it? Let's see. Oh, there's only one commit now, fixing secrets. All right, now let's see if I can git push. Look at that. So I will be in waiting list. I'm so sorry, like, when do you want to do this Signal button? What are you trying, Telegram button, what are you trying to do with it? Okay, so that was a little annoying, right? But now we should have Pomodoro. There we go. I think I will actually reset. 1 second, guys. Discord dev. Go to developer portal. Here. We go to applications. We see our bot. We go to the bot part here. There's a token. And I'm going to reset that token so that, you know, you guys don't see it. Oh God, now it wants my password again. My Discord password. Why are you guys so annoying? It's so hard for me to remember any of my passwords. Discord. And what's my password? Let's copy this. That is not the password. Definitely not the password. Reset token. Yes, do it. Enter password. That's not my password. Okay. We'll try once more. That looks like my password. Okay, now I have a new token. Leaked. I know, right? And now what I will do is I will set my environment variable when you guys aren't looking. So close your eyes for a second. And I will set my environment variable real quick. Open, what's it called? Dot token. Bot token? I don't even remember what I called it now. Dot token dot bash. Dot token dot bash. And now I change this token. Crap, where'd I put it? Oh, here it is. I almost lost the token again. All right, I saved the file. I think I can close this buffer now. And I think I can show you the terminal again. Now if I source.token.bash, I should be able to still run the bot. Let's see if it works. Do you still work? Yes, it still works. Oh, Findus, hi there. Good to see you. Let's see. We can all try Pomo start 10, whatever. And it does work. Yay. So now I have a non-leaked token. You didn't understand what I said about what? God Madara. Here, look, we got a bit of chat going on. What happens if I do this? This is messy. That's Twitch, right? And we have YouTube chat. There's YouTube. That's kind of what that looks like. So yeah, Kingo, I leaked my token, but that was on purpose. I didn't think any of you could like write a bot at the same time. And God Madara, I have no idea what you mean by you didn't understand what I said about what was I even talking about. Okay, so we're no longer leaking stuff. Oh, I was so scared this was my config file that had my token. Okay, so now we have to, why your answer is so delayed? Because like, either I don't notice the chat or there's just a delay in the stream. And I talk slow. Like, honestly, do you guys think I talk slow? I talk slow, right? There are people who talk really fast, but all my friends have told me that I talk really slow. All right. Okay, so guys, we're going to now pass in the state so that our timer server here actually, you didn't notice. Oh, I'm sorry, God Mudara. All right, so this timer server is per user, right? So it's basically like a module doc, gen server that runs for each Discord user, keeps track of their timer. We could have used ETS or something for this, but just wanted to do it this way. So now we have to create the state. So let's create the state. The state is usually created by making a def struct. And in Elixir, it's basically like a C struct. It's basically applying fields to this module. And we can give it field names. So we should probably give it user ID, right? Because we got to keep track of the user ID. And we should also keep track of the work duration. All of this is in minutes. And the break duration, minutes. For those of you who are coming a little bit later, you see in the README how it's supposed to work. You get a slash command, pomo start, work, break, and that's the time that you get to, the Pomodoro timer is going to run. So you see that in here where I do pomo start, and it takes in a work and a break time in as a number. So if it, like if I try to put a text in here, it says this needs to be a number, and then that's how that works. Okay. I wish I could make this like, I don't want to, I want to hide this tab, but I guess Discord just does it this way. All right. Ignore it. Where are we? So now we're going to keep track in this server, this stuff that we care about, which is the user ID, the work duration, and the break duration. Which means we need to pass this in here when we start the timer. Right? All right, so start link. We call init with this thing, and we return a state. The state we want to return is actually all of these variables. Right? So we're going to do state equals, and now we're allowed to do timer server. We can do module. And now we can pass the variables we want to set. And so we have user ID. You see that was set over here, user ID, right? Now we can call that down here, and we save our user ID in that state. The other values are just going to be like nil. I guess we can set default values for all of these. And when you set default values, it looks like this. I think it looks like this. They're no longer atoms. They turn into this. All right. So state is equal to module, and we set the user ID. And now we have that state. So now when we get the start call, let's see what the state actually is. Okay, so we'll do start timer, and we'll say state is equal to, and we will inspect our state, and we'll print it out. See, we get past the state whenever we get called, right? We're going to modify the state before we return it in this call, because we're going to take the duration and put it into the state. But let's do this step at a time. So we have God Madara. Why don't you use other lang for Discord bot? Well, okay, so like things seem like it's a lot harder with Elixir, right? Like we're doing a lot of typing when this could be done so much easier in Python, in Node, or whatever. But where you run into trouble is once you start having like lots of state with lots of users, then you're either doing a lot of database calls, or imagine if those states are actually doing something complicated, like computing stuff, or imagine it's a game and someone's like doing combat. So Elixir is going to handle that as a process that's running in the background, and whenever Discord wants to connect to that user, it can just connect to that process to get like its current state. That's when it shines. And so there's a real, like if you're going to create a simple Discord bot, yeah, it's much better to do it as Python or something like that. If you're doing voice and like this Discord bot like music, and this Discord bot had to mix music or something like that, it's a lot cooler to like basically run these all as independent gen servers that as you see me, that I've been setting up. And it does the work for each user or each channel, for example. and that's a lot easier to manage and maintain in the long run. So you pay upfront with the complexity, but long term it's a lot easier to use. Notice that you don't, even though this is like multi-threaded, it's all actor based. You can look up like actor model concurrency, I think. And you can look this up, and it's like I've done a lot of concurrent programming before, and like whether it's C++ or whatever in Rust, you're still doing mutex, you're still locking stuff, and then you can run into these deadlocks, which are very annoying. But with the actor model, yes, you can kind of run into deadlocks, but it's a lot less common and it's so much more intuitive because each actor basically is single threaded, and you write it like it's single threaded. All right, so what was I doing? I was going to inspect the state here. So when we get the start timer, we'll see that it should actually have my user ID in the state. So let's see that. We're not happy here. Work duration equals 0 is unused. Prefix it. No, that's not the error. Struct fields must be atoms. I typed the syntax in wrong. Let's look it up. Here's the list. We've done that, but oh, it's colon. I've been programming too much Nix recently. And yeah, I forgot that these were colons. Okay. That is module because I have a typo here. This is in timer server 22. I just forgot that. I forgot to add that. That's basically going to replace this module name in here, which is Pomodoro timer server. Okay, so now we are going to run Pomodoro. Oh, I've been using the wrong window. Pomodoro start. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you from India, or to India. Okay, so what did we get here? Handle call. Do you see this? Start timer, state equals user ID. So you see it has my user ID and the other values are 0. So the state is actually working correctly. Now what we want to do is now that we know the duration of the timer, we can set it over here. Like, let's set work duration correctly. So the syntax for updating a map, a struct, I think, is basically you give it the old struct and then you tell it the new data. So we do, what's it called? Work duration minute. And then we set that as duration minute. I think that's the map update syntax. Can anyone confirm or deny? I got it. I can do this. Well, I guess I can just try compiling it, right? Yeah, here it is. Let's see. Updating. Yeah, that's how you do it. So this is basically taking the old map and it's finding this key and updating it with this value. So we should now return new state, right? And the guy who called this is the consumer. Remember? He called it when he got this event over here, start timer server, right? So now we're going to print out the state here. At least we should. So we'll look for this, okay? Including state. That's how we'll find it. This should have now the work duration that we passed in, right? Over here. So we do Pomo, and we'll pass in 5 for work, which is what we should see, and 10. Oh, we crashed. We crashed. Look, we crashed so badly. Work duration minute. Oh, I did it wrong. Because it's called min, not minute. We had such high hopes. Pomo start 55, 10. There we go. No crash. Time server init, including state. Oh, wait, why didn't we get the state? Fuck. Oh, it's hidden from us. It's in here, but we don't see it. Okay, you know how we'll know? Because don't we print out the state somewhere else? Yeah, we print out state here, right? And you see work duration is 0 because that's the first time I called it, right? But now the state is updated, so the second time I call it, it should show that 55. So let's do this. Pomo start, and I can send anything now, right? It's going to show 55. So work duration 55 because that was from the last state. You see, we print that out before we updated it. So we know voice channel update. Ooh. We know that it's keeping track of state. So good job, us. All right, so now we have work duration. We should keep track of when we start the timer. So we should get the time now versus like, we can do a delta from the time now. Right? So let's put in something in here that is start time. And we need to get the current time. Mau, what are you typing? You're using the command? You can type. Where was I? Start time. This will be the system time that it starts. And then when we can kind of check. Oh, no, there's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just totally kidding. You're welcome to do whatever you want. All right, so let's put the start time as when the timer starts, right? So when we get the start timer call, we're doing this. We'll also set the start time. Is that what it's called? Start time. We just need the right value for this. And I think it is. I'm serious, Mo. You can do whatever you want. Like, don't. I was just kidding around. Where was I? We need to figure out how to get the current time. I think that is the kernel. And I think it's like system time or something. No. It's called like monotonic time. There we go. This is in system.monatomic time. Returns the current monatomic time. No, that's not what we want. Well, it kind of is. Wait, is it, but what's the, in the native time unit? How do we know what the native time unit is? System time in the unit. Why don't they tell you what native is? Well, I'm guessing it's milliseconds. Let's see. To determine how many seconds time. All right. Native time unit. System convert time unit 1 second native. Ah, I see, I see. Wow, that's a little annoying, huh? Maybe I should just get Unix time. And then like, oops. Why aren't you helping me, Elixir? Oh, because it's an old version. Doesn't have that hotkey. To Unix from Unix. Maybe I'll just use OS time. The problem with using OS time is that you can change your OS time. Oh, but it's still like native. Oh, but we can pass the time unit. Oh, we could probably pass the time unit in that other one too, right? Monatomic. Ah, yeah, let's do that. I'm so stupid. So here we go. Current time is equal to system.monatomic time. And we have to pass the time unit, which is, let's do milliseconds. I like milliseconds. Right? Okay, so there we go. I mean, we really should do seconds, right? Seconds are easier. But I'm always used to using milliseconds. Current time seconds. And now, yeah, so if you reset your OS time, then this can get screwed up during that time. But monatomic time is always going to give you a bigger time. So it's kind of like takes into account that. So here we go. Start time. Let's call it start time seconds because in case we forget. Right? Okay, start time seconds. And we call current time seconds, right? And handle call start state. And we'll also print out the state when we're done. We'll do io.inspect. I'll pass in a label. We'll call it state reply from handle reply from start timer. There we go. Okay. So we'll see the state and the new state. I think this should work. Let's see if it compiles. Okay, let's try running it. Maybe if I... it's good enough. Yeah, I was moving my computer. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. Pummel start. Let's start with 9 and 1 here. Okay, so now you see here it says start timer. The start timer second was, how do we get that number? This is the after. Oh, I wrote down the wrong thing. No, it should say reply from. Yeah. So this is the reply. It has the start timer. And here it says start timer, you see it was 0 before when we called, right? So we're in the beginning. This is the start state. It was 0. And when we replied, we set it to negative this number. All right. It's okay that it's a negative number. It's just important that it keeps getting bigger, you know? So what's next? I guess like it would be nice to know every time you type, we'll keep using start timer. If it starts it, it will start it, but otherwise it'll tell you the delta, like, hey, elapsed 10 minutes, 3 minutes to go. Let's make that our goal, okay? So it'll print a message out that says how much time, like when we type it in here, it'll say timer start. It'll say more like, this is how much time you have left. So and then I think we'll stop for the day because we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Can you believe it? 4.5 hours. But like the first hour was something else, at least. How are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? I noticed that like Twitch chat doesn't say when someone follows. So there's someone followed, Whimsical followed, and it doesn't say anything. I have to like get like, I wish this was showed up inside of the chat so I could see it. Well, thanks for the follow. All right. Yeah, you guys surviving? We are going to, is your longest stream yet? I don't think so. I think I did an advent of code around this long or longer. Kind of crazy, right? Okay, so let's figure this out. We'll do one more thing. We're gonna, if we can print out, here's how much time left, then we're good. Like, we're well on our way. Long run, we need this to be asynchronous. That's why it's on a thread, because it's gonna start its own timer, and then when that timer is up, it's gonna print out a message asynchronously on that channel, right? So we're gonna need to keep track of channel here. Let's do that right now. So, hello, Levon. I don't know. You want? Well, is that a safe word? I don't know what that means. No, no, no. I want to stick to the goal, which is let us print out the elapsed time, and then we will call this part 1 done. So, when we get to our timer, when someone calls this, let us find out if the timer is already set. If it's already set, we do this. If it's not set, we do this. And if it is set, then we will print out the update message. All right. So that means the state in here, we know it's set when there is a start time second, right? So I think we can check if start time second is set or not. I think I can make this a guard and basically say when state dot start time second does not equal 0 because it's set to 0 over here. So this is when it is equal to 0. We will handle the normal stuff. But then when it's not equal to 0, we will have another function that does it. So let's see if this works. Let's see if this compiles. All right, so it liked that, which means that the first time I run this, it'll work, but the second time I run it, it'll fail, right? Let's see if that works the way I expect it to. Pomo 1010. See, it works the first time, but now when I call Pomo again, 1010, this should fail. Yep, you see, because it says I didn't find a matching function. No function clause matching handle call, right? So here's the problem. And you can see what it was being called. Start timer 10, alias, all of this stuff. Because our time start second, this is our state here, right? This is our struct. Start time second is not 0. It's technically logically bad because I guess I should make this nil, because it can be 0, right? So I can do is equal to nil. 0 is a valid time, so here we go. I think this is fine now. This works, and then I do it again, and it fails. Yep, exactly what I want. So now we write this same function, but we have a version where we don't care about this. So this is the version where the start timer is already not nil. So we can calculate the elapsed time. Elapsed time is equal to, so in the state, we can grab okay, so I think this will let me now do completion on it. Yeah. State dot start time second. So this is when it started, right? And then we're going to get the current time. And then we can subtract the start time from the current time, right? The current time is always going to be bigger. So we start with the current time second minus state times second. And this will give us the number of seconds that have been spent, elapsed. So we'll do reply. We'll give a value. So we'll basically give a value here of let's just return the elapsed time. Okay. And and we return the new state. But there is no state. We just don't do anything. We just return the same state that we got. Just let it run. We just let it keep running. So now we should get the elapsed time. Let's return something else here. The elapsed time, we'll just print out 0 because there's no elapsed time when you start it from scratch, right? Let's see if this compiles. Duration minute is unused, right? Because it's already running, we're kind of ignoring duration minute because we don't want you to override it. So we just put an underscore in front of it so we can ignore it. There we go. Okay, so this compiles, but I want to print out whatever this guy returns. Let's go back to consumer. And you can see here your duration, Pomodoro start timer. Here, we'll print it out here. So start timer, we need to get a response, right? So we'll say elapsed time is equal to this. Received elapsed time is equal to elapsed time. That is string interpolation. Let's get rid of ephemeral. Well, let's comment this guy out because it's nice to see more messages, right? Now we do mix compile, see if this works. Let us try running it now. And now we type in /pomo11 elapsed time 0, right? So now we've set, and you can see the start was nil. Here we go, handle call, yeah. And here, start timer, we've set this. Why is it going backwards? Doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Now when I run it again, let's see what happens. Elapse 31 seconds. Now if I do it really soon, it's probably going to be like, I don't know, 40, 37, 42. But you get it? Like, it works. Is anyone still on? Is Mao, are you still on? Are you able to do this? I can ping you. Maybe not. Maybe Mao is not there. Need help to run it. Oh yeah, can you try running it? Twice. Okay, there, you see it's 0 for Mao, right? And now they're going to run it again. Yeah, try again now. And now it's 28 seconds. Now if I run it, it'll be even bigger because mine was 48 last time, and now you can see it's 124. There we go. So, Yeah, 43. There we go. All right, perfect. I think this is probably a pretty good place for us to stop for now. Let's see, what have we changed so far? Let's clean up some of this maybe. Ah, nah. We have way too much logging going on, but that's okay. All right. Well, what's left to do? No. No. What's left to do? Yeah. What's left to do? Um, keep track of channel and state. Keep track of break time. Send timer is up message when elapsed time when timer is done. Show buttons to take break or do another work session. Handle button. So that's kind of it. You know, we have to keep track of state, whether we're on break or not. Maybe we don't actually. Maybe we don't. All right. That seems like that's what it is for now. And we are done. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. That was fun. Why is Twitch chat broken all the time? Yeah, I don't know. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. The Git stuff that I added, it's here in case you want to. Oh, you don't see it. It's over here. GitHub Elixir Pomodoro _bot. I'll try to remember to add all of this to the description. This should be updated with the to-do. Yeah, here we go. And we will do the rest of it. Yeah, it was so slow just because like setting up the gen server the first time and the registry the first time for every project is for me super annoying. It's a lot easier to copy it because you know we can like just copy it now, right? Like next time you do a registry, you just like copy this code, that's it. But I didn't want to copy it, so and that ended up being a fatal mistake because it just slowed us down a whole lot. Anyway, I hope that was semi-interesting. We'll continue to do more of this soon because I told them I would finish this bot soon. I think the rest of it is pretty easy. You saw like counting up the elapsed time was pretty fast once we have this sort of like whatever you call it, you know, like everything's hooked up, the messages are being passed, like that's the important stuff. So, yeah. Thank you so much, Findus, Mau, everyone else who's still here, God Madara, for hanging out. I need to eat. It's like 10 p.m. and I haven't eaten. This is because of you guys. This is all your fault, honestly. And no, just kidding. And then we will do this next time. So if you're watching, I'm going to cut this into a VOD. So if you're watching this as a VOD and you sort of enjoyed it, please do like and subscribe. And we will see you all later. Okay, thanks. Bye.